Good morning, everyone. Okay, good morning, good morning. Let's see what we got going on. Bit of a late start today, so one thing we're looking at, that 5 miles above us, lower Bollinger is currently at the 671. So if we're going to be having a lower Bollinger push today, we will be basically closing well below that 670 range. So that's really what we're looking for, is are we going to be pushing into that lower Bollinger, or are we going to try to reclaim that 5 mile support? Now, based on everything so far, let's just take a look. BVIX definitely up there a bit, but pulled back a little bit. Let's check the DXY and everything. Coin, not exactly bearish. Regional banks, bearish. Dollar still rising. QQQ, let's see if we get a rejection off of the 20 mile there on the 5 minute time frame. Oil still very elevated. Okay. And semiconductors testing their 5 mile. Now, based on, see, really does look like they want that 662, especially that 668. So usually we'd be looking for an entry at the upper or lower Bollinger here on the 5 minute time frame. Not exactly sure we're going to be getting that today. Um, you know, we would generally be taking calls within the lower Bollinger here to take the upside. There is definitely room there, especially towards that 670, 170-ish range, to especially retest some support before fully pushing down. However, the overall on the day is just very, very bearish. So I don't really want to take calls too much, even if there is the room right there. I'd rather wait to take the short position. Now, very likely we're only going to be able to pull up towards this 20 mile before pushing down further. I will try to take a short position at the 20 mile here. Again, generally I would wait for the upper Bollinger push, but I'm not sure we're going to be getting it this morning. Let's see what else. Our VVIX is still super elevated, so this does look like we should be pushing into the bottom Bollinger today. About the SPY. Good morning, everybody. Sorry for starting a little late today. Okay, let me look up my trades really quick. Let me see what I got going on for myself. So our Success calls are up very nicely. They're up 110%. Our TQQ puts are up quite a bit. Not really wanting to take profit on those. Again, I'm not really seeing a major bounce to the upside here today. we still have like a lot of moving averages to contend with if we're going to be heading upward. We still have to fully push through the 5 mile range, which again, the lower bounds of the 5 mile is going to be around that 673. So once we start hitting that range, we should start hitting some resistance within the SPY. If we push up to that 673, I'd be very surprised, but that would be the short entry within the upper Bollinger here. Again, though, I'm not sure we're going to get that today. What else do I want to look at? Going to take a look at QQQ and semiconductors here in just a minute. Semis are still pushing down. Let's check their moving averages and everything. So for semiconductors, this is pretty much a 5 mod test. Very likely a 5 mod test to the downside as we are starting to see QQQ, SPY, semiconductors really starting to push underneath that 50 mile range. So very likely this should be a 5 mod test to the downside on semiconductors. Or QQQ, you have the lower Bollinger at 597. Basically starting to just reject that 5 mile range. Currently the 5 miles at the 605, so the lower bounds is at that 603, which is where we're currently at. Looking for the rejection on that. So a lot of rejections can be happening here. Let's check NVIDIA. NVIDIA, same situation, can be doing another 5 mod test here, so very likely going to be seeing a lot of 5 mod tests with rejections back down to the downside today. Now, for me, I'm going to be taking a put position at the 170, 170. The risk to this, again, and I'm going to pull up the drawings here. Sorry if it's a mess for a moment. Am I not a mess? Okay. So the risk on taking the position at the 20 mile is that obviously we can push upward. The upward push would be towards the upper Bollinger on the 5 minute time frame, which means that this short position would see basically a whole full dollar upside before you even start seeing, um, you know, the opportunity of it being profitable if it pushes up to the upper Bollinger. What I'm expecting is for it to reject at the 20 mile, pull back down towards the lower Bollinger, and that would be a, extremely great position because very, very likely that would allude to pushing into the lower Bollinger for the day, which would definitely probably pull us around that 669 close just to secure the lower Bollinger. So that's really what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the short position around that 671.60. To change these colors just so that they're a little more obvious. So that's what we're going to be looking for. Short position at the 20 mile with the rejection back downward. If it pulls up to the upper Bollinger, we will have to add more put positions, and then we would take it back down to the 20 mile, secure some profit, allow runners to run below the 20 mile at that point. So that's the goal on the day, is that we do have a bearish bias overall. There's still been a lot of issues with the conflict. There's been boats being targeted left and right. So, hard to be bullish here. I really don't see the bullish upside other than support retesting. So, the whole point of today will be to secure some very nice puts both in the 0DTE and for tomorrow's expiry. So, that's the goal. Our VVIX is starting to pull up again, so exactly what we're wanting to see. We just want to secure our entry first. Market does look very, very bearish right now, though. Seeing selling off within our HIG as well. It's always a very, very bearish signal. And that selling is telling us right here, get the drawing tool out, that it does want to pull back down to that 79.54, which currently it's only a few cents away. So very likely we should see that candle push down all the way on our corporate credit. Just waiting for an entry. Let's check KQQ. That would have been a nice entry, but we missed that one. Generally, I don't try to target the 20 mile again, but today is a little different. Semiconductors really starting to pull down, which should really try to aim for that 332.33, sort of break that previous cup and continue the inverse cup downward. Sort of the same thing here on SPY. We're seeing that it completed this inverse cup to the downside here at the 669. So very likely that's where we're going to see some of that support built to create that shoulder down to the downside so that we can have this head and shoulders here. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for any form of push upward to secure some puts here today. It's really the main thesis on the day here. We're not really going to be trying to take calls to the upside, even though there can be some room in it. Just with the overall day being extremely bearish, I don't want to take calls to the upside. So yeah, that's the plan for today. Seeing SPY breaking our level here. This is sort of that range where this becomes a very strong call area, which we actually might try to take a call to the upside just to catch that support. I think we're going to. So I'm going to target the 672 calls. And again, this is purely to catch support to the upside. I am bearish on the day, so I am really not expecting anything besides a major lower Bollinger push today, but with this pushing down so aggressively, this being at the bottom of a cup, or the bottom of an inverse cup, there's a lot of reasons to start pushing back upward for some short-term support. So we will take those calls. We will cut them at the 20 mile range here just to fully secure profit. So our trade here right now is lower Bollinger to the 20 mile. That 20 mile range is at the 671.50. So we will be looking for that for the exit on those calls. And let's check our VVIX. It did pull up again. Um, it is looking like it wants to really start taking off above that 129. So again, for our SPY calls here, this is just a very quick in and out on the 20 mile support. My calls are up quite a bit. Your calls should be as well if you took the trade. And again, we're not being greedy. We're not looking for above the 20 mile here. We're just simply going to be taking this 20 mile range, cutting those calls, and waiting for the next setup. Potentially that could be the range that we enter puts on the day as well. So sorry, just looking at a few of my trades here. Nice, those should be doing very well. And since you have so many contracts, I would say take probably profit on about 12 of them. Once we hit that 20 mile range, let 3 of them run just in case we do get that push to the 672. Um, but I would exit the majority around that 20 mile just because today is extremely bearish. BVIX is pulling down very slightly, so that should give us our exit on the 20 mile here. You can do it. Let's go. Very awesome. Love to hear it. For me, I'm going to be extremely patient for this 20 mile range. While we can see it push down below that, without claiming that 20 mile range, it's just something I look for when I'm scalping is that generally the price target is going to try to gravitate towards that range, use it for a support or rejection, or a resistance anyway. So I will be holding for that. Check our VVIX. Still pulling down slightly, so should see our move here. I would be surprised not to see it. This is the 5 minute time frame. A lot of share buys are coming in here, so very likely we should see our support claimed. And for the shares, I only track if there's over 1,000 shares sold, so I only see the quote unquote big orders. Not exiting these calls yet, just being patient. The one thing that I'm worried about, but still holding that call. I do have put positions going, so We'll happily hold for that 20 mile. Very nice. Yeah, I added another call here. Um, Again, really see a lot of reasons to have a very short-term support test here. Okay. Bottom of this major cup, and this is a major liquidity range, should see this support test occur. Again, I'd be extremely, extremely surprised to not see it. That wouldn't be usually how the 5 minute time frame trades, so VVIX still pulling back here very slightly, but in super elevated, so we just have to be extremely careful. Can you guys hear me? Sorry, my sound and everything cuts out every once in a while. Sorry, I'm just looking at some of my positions here. Our success calls are absolutely soaring. I am going to be taking a little bit of profit on some of them here. Got that. And I am adding to the calls here today. On the SPY, again, I do expect that upside retest. Our dated TQQ puts are up 50%, so that is awesome to see. All right. Okay, so we're in calls, just waiting for this 20 mile upside on the 5 minute time frame. Obviously, a ton of selling is going on. Our VVIX is still pulling upward, still alluding towards you know, that higher 129 range. Check QQQ. Starting to lose that range, but again, this is still that call range. Um, Fully expecting push back up towards that 20 mile throughout multiple symbols, so should see it. QQ starting to taper slightly. SPY starting to very slightly do that as well. Let's check semiconductors. Semiconductors are just absolutely eating it today. Now, again, if we do get our move back up to this 20 mile range on the 5 minute time frame, that is a range to add those success calls back again. So that's what we're looking for today. VVIX still pulling up slightly. Semiconductors are starting to pull back up again, so that's what we are looking for. Out of pretty much all the market, there's, tech, semiconductors, buy. Semiconductors have really held the most weight out of, the three, four, majority of the year so far. So semiconductors are really the one that you have to watch for the movement on. SPY starting to see that taper back up to the upside. That is good. Good, good, good. Let's check QQQ here. I can find it because I'm blind. Starting to claim some of that support. Great. Okay, so we should be seeing our 20-mile ranges hitting in here very soon. Now that we did have that additional push downward, BVIX is starting to pull back a little bit, so all those signals that we're looking for are present. So basically, thesis of the day, we're taking the calls to this 20-mile range. At the 20-mile range, or if we see the upper Bollinger drastically pulling downward, we will be adding puts either again at the 20 mile or at the upper Bollinger. Usually we would target the upper Bollinger, but today is an extremely large selling day, so we may not be able to see the opportunity until much later in the day. So that's the goal, that's the thesis, that's what we're looking for right now. And all of our signals are telling us that we should see that range. So again, the 20 mile is at the 671.16. Um, that is ideally when we're exiting the majority of our calls. So that is what we are looking for. For semiconductors, again, once we push up to this range, we will be adding into the SOX calls. There's a ton of room on these right now. I had a 38 call, or I had a few 38 calls that went from, geez, I have to check the price, but I want to say like 0.60 something all the way to 300 something. So very, very awesome contracts. SPY just continuing to see our pushback upward. And we're just waiting for this exit and being super patient. When we start taking profit, so that is a great question. Um, I'm going to circle back to that in just a moment here, because I might have to swap back to the 5-minute time frame. But very quickly, whole thesis is that with the lower Bollinger on the daily time frame, and this is the daily time frame here, we have our lower Bollinger moves. So this is something that I discovered. I don't know if anyone else actually has. I have never seen any documentation on it, but this is something I've found where if we're pushing the lower Bollinger or upper Bollinger, if we secure the level on the first day, so this would be considered day one of the lower Bollinger push. If we're going to work with the upper Bollinger push day one, you generally secure the upper Bollinger range. Day two, you work on the higher high into the downside consolidation back towards that 5 mile, where this works the same way. It just consolidates upward towards that 5 mile range. So if we secure our lower Bollinger day one, we should be seeing the lower low of the day two. Still being very patient for our exit here. Now, I do have a stop loss on these calls. Heavily, heavily, heavily suggest you do the same, just because today is an extreme selling day. If we don't get this 20-mile range, we may not get an exit on these calls at all. So Just make sure you secure that profit. Let's check the VVIX. VVIX is pulling back a little bit, so this is telling us that there is still that buying room within the SPY. So we just have to really give it the opportunity it needs. Still being super patient here. All the signals we're seeing with VVIX pulling back very slightly and everything, it really should secure us our middle Bollinger here on the SPY. Let's check semiconductors. Yeah, and we have plenty of room on semiconductors to really reclaim that support as well. So, really be patient on trying to exit these calls. We do have some upside to claim here, especially with semiconductors. We have a full $3 of upside before we even really have to worry about rejecting support again too much, unless the day gets overly bearish and that sentiment takes off. So, looking good. Extremely bearish day. We do have some large share sells coming in here. Let's be cautious of that. VVIX still pulling down slightly, so still looking for that exit. It is giving us a little bit of a tough time though. All right, this should be the push here. Check semis. Yeah, this should be the push here. So off of this, we're going to be adding into additional short positions. Again, we do want to be seeing this 20 mile range, potentially pushing above that. I don't think that's going to be occurring though, but with how much room semiconductors do have between this bottom Bollinger and this 20 mile range, that can be enough to push the SPY from the 20 mile to the upper Bollinger as well. So just be cautious of that. But really, I think what my day is going to be is that I'm going to really look for this 20 mile on semiconductors so that I can continue adding the success calls. That's really the trade I want to do. The VVIX chart is on, I believe, the 5 minute time frame. Yeah, this is on the 5 minute time frame. Looking for our exit on the calls and our entry onto the puts. Should get it. We just need to be very patient here. And our exit will be around that 671. QQQ still has quite a bit of range to reclaim its 20 mile as well. So we definitely should be seeing this throughout the SPY. Not really expecting this semiconductor 5 mile to reject here. Yeah, we should get our call upside. Exit anyway. Yes, we are going to be doing 0 DTEs and some dated puts as well. Now, the main position I will be targeting though will be the SOXS calls. I'll have to check the prices once we actually get our exit, but that's really what I want to go for because semiconductors have the most weight to lose out of pretty much anything right now. So definitely want to target that if we can. Give us our push already. Very likely should push above this 671 here, um, just to fully correlate with semiconductors pushing to the 20 mile and QQQ pushing to the 20 mile. So should get our exit on SPY, should see slightly above it, probably in that 170, 140 range, but start taking some profit at that 171 just to be safe. Semiconductors still pulling upward, and let's check VVIX pulling down. So even with the VVIX, we should see it pulling down towards this 20 mile range, which is still telling us that SPY does have some upside. So we are going to start exiting the SPY calls. Not fully entering puts yet. We do want to be a little bit patient because semiconductors and everything do have some room to continue upward a bit. Everybody should be mostly out of their calls though by now, and should be very much so within the profit on the day. I'm going to start looking at some of the SOX S calls. Yeah, so ideally we're going to be targeting the 40 calls which are already in the money. Um, but we would be targeting to get that basically move to the 41, 42. Those SOX S calls are currently about 173. So again, we're going to be looking for that upside push and looking to secure those SOX S calls once we see closer to this 20 mile range. So that will give us a very nice contract to the downside for tomorrow and the rest of the day today. So everybody should be on the same page there. We should be all expecting pretty much that same outcome. Continuing to just have my calls stopping out as we are Continuing to push upward, using this 20 mile range to fully exit, not being greedy for more than that. So semiconductors, still seeing the push upward. So still some room within that upside to retest. Check SPY. Still just waiting on the SPY. We're not taking puts just yet here. We still just have far too much room between where the current price is on semiconductors and the 20 mile. We don't want to be taking puts until at least that 20 mile is hit. And same with QQQ. Um, we should fully be anticipating the push to that 20 mile before we take any form of SPY puts here. So EVIX still pulling back, so that's still telling us that very likely it will come down towards the 20 mile range and give us our quality put entrance. Yeah, today is very hard on the calls. This is generally one of those situations where this is sort of why I don't like to buy against the overall trend of the day, because the overall trend is telling us that obviously the market is very bearish right now. Um, these type of trades go against the overall of the day, so a little harder to secure those type of trades, and usually not the type of trade I like to take. Usually, if you're doing scalps, you want to go with the direction of the day so that everything goes very, very easy. So we could delete this arrow. Everyone should be mostly out of their calls. We haven't jumped into puts yet, but that will be what we're looking for today, is an entry on the puts. Today was a difficult day on those calls, especially because we had two entries on them. We had this initial entry right here, which didn't even give us our full 20 mile move. And then we had the additional entry down here, which that did give us our 20 mile move. So a little harder, but in the end, it did play out as we expected. Just really looking for semiconductors to have that upside push so that we can secure some quality puts. Should see the level pushed. I'd be very surprised not to. Yeah, I mean 33% is fine profit. The percentages don't matter so much. It's more so just securing the actual trade. Um, again, once we hit that 20-mile range, expecting anything above that can be very iffy, especially with today being so bearish. Um, Even though I'm really expecting to see a little bit of upside to secure some puts here, just the fact that today is absurdly bearish. We had our 20-mile push here. Um, Technically, we don't have to push any higher today. We could just sell off for the rest of the day. Ideally, would like to see semiconductor mid-band hit though, and same with QQQ. But today's selling is just very, very aggressive. Do have to be a little cautious here. This can form a bit of a inverse head and shoulders here. We're really looking for semiconductors to push back upward. Days like this are a little difficult on the short side, even though it seems like it's a no-brainer to just take puts, but they don't really give you a good put entry. Technically, the only put entry we've had today, which wasn't even that great, was slightly above that 20-mile range. Yeah, they haven't opened up a really solid put entry at all. No reason to just force your way into them either. We're seeing the USD pushing up very, very heavily, which we should expect. And we are just waiting. And we secured this inverse cup here. Now that we secured the inverse cup, we should be seeing some support starting to build there to create a handle back down to the downside. That's what we're looking for, and we will add more short positions into the handle. So that's the idea anyway. Oil still climbing on the day. I haven't checked the news today. I know that 5 tankers got attacked so far. 3 of them, I believe, were destroyed. Just look at the news really quick to see. Nothing major as of the last 30 minutes that I can see. Yeah, I don't see anything as of the last 30 minutes. So we're just going to be waiting for our entry still. Can be seeing this inverse head and shoulders playing out here. So that is what we're looking for our semiconductors. I'm going to be mute for a couple minutes, but we're just waiting for our entry in semiconductors here. So just going to have that showing on the screen, but I will be right back in about 2 to 3 minutes. And I am back. Sorry about that. Okay, let's see what's going on besides the market melting. Um, let's check semiconductors. Just gonna quickly cycle through everything here, so don't pay attention to the screen too much. Elevated. So what I'm trying to see here is if we can catch another call upside on the scalp before getting a really quality put entry on the day. So I think that's what we're going to try to do here. Just want to check some of the gaps and everything. That looks super good. Let's check the spot. Yeah, we're gonna work on some spy calls here, which I think we might have just missed the opportunity. I'm gonna be jumping into some spy calls here. Now, this is just for a very short-term gain. Again, we're going from, go ahead and mark it out. And this is the only reason why I'm taking the calls here is because we have closed this inverse cup. We should be seeing bullish structure at the bottom, which we are. We're seeing a very small inverse head and shoulders, which are to mark on the 5-minute time frame. But we do have that small inverse head and shoulders there. It should give us push up to the 20 mile here. That arrow does not look like an arrow, of course. And from that 20-mile range, we will secure some additional puts and ride the downside. So, okay, that's what we're going to do here. I do have calls going. We are looking for that middle Bollinger exit, which is currently at the 670.26. Semiconductors, let's see. Just a little bit of that inverse head and shoulders. If we continue seeing the buying to the upside there, QQQ, same ordeal. And let me check the VVIX. We'll see what happens with that in a second here. Mainly looking for semiconductors to have some form of support upside so that we can enter a really quality short on it. But so far, semiconductors has not provided a short entry, only provided a very small call entry. Same with QQQ, I believe. QQQ hasn't provided a short entry either. And SPY only provided that very small short entry. So we are going to be looking for some form of support upside so that we can continue shorting this. Now, with the SPY pushing down below this lower Bollinger today, this is telling us so far that we will be seeing a lower Bollinger push. That means that tomorrow we should be expecting a lower low, which means we really want to be set in some quality puts today. Um, so that's why we're really trying to hunt for that put entry. Still fine holding the calls. We're on the lower Bollinger here, and again, we did fill the inverse cup, so we should be seeing some support upside to this. The IX pulling up slightly. We do want to see this pull back a little bit to give us that support retest. And again, with these calls, you're exiting pretty much right at that 20 mile. You're not holding them for anything longer than that. Let me check silver. Just look at the SPY really quick. Okay, so this is looking good. I want to open this on my other screen really quick so that I can just watch it while I check silver, just so that we don't miss an exit or anything. Okay, I got that open. All right, let's check precious metals really quick, and we'll also go over oil, even though I know that's a lot more based on the news and everything. Silver, silver, silver. There we go. Okay, silver. So we talked about this, I want to say in Sunday's video, but it may have been last week. I don't really remember at this point. However, whenever we get to the 20 mile on precious metals right now, it is pretty much a instant buy in terms of equity to the upside. Um, every time we get below this 20 mile range in any of the precious metals, we've been seeing very, very large buying towards the upside. Now, go ahead and hide the drawings here. See the moving averages. So this is good to me. To me, this is showing that precious metals is aiming to hold their 20 mile support above the 50 mile again. It's working its way up there. The 10 mile is starting to pull into the 20 mile or into the 50 mile, which that is slightly bearish. But if we can buy past this level, if we don't see the 5 mile reject in here, then that's going to tell us that the 20 mile will be starting to pull up closer to that 50 mile range. The 5 mile will cross over the 50 mile, and the 10 mile would start curving back upward. So that is somewhat indicative of bullish moving averages, but this is still very heavily consolidated. This can continue to sell off. Say we pull down to the 76, hold that level, even for 2 to 3 days, that would continue to pull the 10 mile underneath the 50 mile and the 5 mile downward even further, which would um, help solidify that bearish trend. However, I want to look at gold, look at the silver futures in a second too here. On SPY, we're still just holding our calls, waiting for the upside. On gold futures, it's telling us that there's plenty of room to be continuing buying here. Every time it's reached the 20 mile basically, it's seen massive, massive buying. So that is good. And let's check the silver futures. Same within the silver futures too here. Once we get below that 20 mile range, we start seeing a lot of buying. Does look like it's wanting to pull out of that bearish trend though. just based on how this 20 mile has been pulling upward for quite a bit of time. I mean, for almost 3 weeks now, it's been pulling upward. So that is saying that there is technically more weight in the buying side. SPY, we are starting to get our push upward, so we're going to circle back to SPY. And I want to go to the 5-minute time frame. Okay, so again, we're just looking for this exit within the 20 mile. Once we get the 20 mile, we will be taking a look at all the indexes and everything, but very likely that's when we're going to be trying to secure puts on the day. I'm gonna turn off the moving averages. Starting to see the ADL on the 5-minute time frame pushing upward, which is indicative of buying. So that is a very good signal for our support retest. And our VVIX continuing to start pushing down towards that 20 mile range. So that is looking good as well. Let's check semiconductors here. Semiconductors still have a ways to go. The 20 mile has pulled down all the way from that 336 towards that 333. So that's going to continue happening as we push up towards it. But once those two ranges meet, that is when I'm going to be entering those success calls, which again, if we can get the price action right, I will be trying to take either the 40 calls or the 41 calls that are already in the money. Waiting for our upside here. And I'm getting all sorts of phone calls and everything. Okay, we're going to be exiting the call upside on the SPY. And I do want to take a look at semiconductors and everything really quick. We will be entering those success calls on the middle Bollinger here if we get that on semiconductors. I do have to mute for a minute because I have a bunch of phone calls coming in. So I will be mute for I don't know how long, but that's what we're looking for. We're looking for our entry within the success calls. So I will be right back, everybody. Alright, I am back, but I do have to mute for a couple seconds. Sorry, I'm trying to help get my daughter ready for school. So we're still looking for our entry on semiconductors here. Spy did have the exit. My cat's knocking stuff off. Hold on. We did have our exit on those calls. We are looking for a further push upward. Let's check QQQ really quick. Same with QQQ, we still have that room that really has not been tested. So I am looking for the push upward today, which should correlate to that push upward in semiconductors. So that's what we're looking for currently. I do want to delete that and that just so that I could put this on the screen for a moment. That we are looking for that 20 mall to take calls into. For success. Okay, and we're going to be taking the success calls. Anyway, I will be right back. I'm just trying to get my daughter ready, so it'll just be a couple minutes. All right, sorry about the mute for so long. I had two phone calls and then I had to get my daughter and wife in the car, so okay. Let's see what we got going on. Now, there was a news bulletin that the Strait of Hormuz is being mined currently, even though US intelligence says otherwise. UK intelligence is saying um that they're seeing the mine laying going on. So that is why we are seeing such a large pushdown in the SPY, aside from, everything else we have going on. So the goal still is we're trying to get a really, really quality put entry. Ideally within semiconductors here, if we can get a push up to this middle Bollinger, that's exactly what we want. Middle Bollinger has been pulling down super, super aggressively, so that range will be hitting very, very soon here. Again, we'll be taking the SOX S calls. SPY, let's see, same situation here, just looking for that upside support retest to really secure some quality puts. Again, with us being in the lower Bollinger is currently at 670. Um, with us being able to close at this range, it's extremely likely we're going to be closing below the 670. That means that this will be lower Bollinger day one, which does mean that tomorrow suggests a lower low from today. With the 662.39 being basically that inverse cup gap there. That's very, very ideally what we're going to be targeting. So when we do find our support retest, we do want to take not just 0 DTE puts, but 1 DTE as well, which is also why we're trying to target those success calls. So that's the whole goal, is to secure the puts. Are we going for the 660? It's really tough to say here. Let's see. That 664 looks really good right now on the day. Sorry, I'm just looking at this for a moment. Yeah, we really do want to see some upside before we take puts, even though that range, On the SPY looks super, super good. I already have it marked. Okay, perfect. So yeah, that looks super good. It's just ideally we do want to see some form of support retest to really load into. So far, we just haven't had it within semiconductors yet. Don't think we've had it within the queues either. Let's double check. We had it very slightly within the queues. This is a good example though of why say take profit at that 20 mile range when you're doing zero DTEs, because if you didn't take profit, you would have, had that call completely burn. So um that's why we take profit at the 20 mile from the lower or upper Bollinger within our 5 minute scalps. Let's see. Socks. This is the one I really want to see push upward. I don't want to delete all the drawings. I just want to delete that one. So we're just waiting for a support retest. Let's check the VVIX. I'm sure it's probably blasting right now. Okay, so it did finish this cup, even though generally we don't look for this type of structure within volatility instruments. It still holds somewhat. So we did have this cup form here. With this cup, we are starting to look for the handle downward before really taking off. That handle downward is going to be our opportunity to take the puts that we're looking to take. So hopefully we get it. It is a little hard on a day where we have actual news driving the price down. Again, the Strait of Hormuz is very likely being mined right now by Iran from the United Kingdom intelligence anyway. Everybody should be fairly green on the day though, with the few trades that we did do. Um, so far we took the two call opportunities on SPY, which we did get our exits. They just weren't the best opportunities ever, but it's exactly what we talk about from lower Bollinger to middle band, lower Bollinger to middle band, exactly the trade setup. If we continue pushing downward from here, then that's kind of the exact same trade setup we will be looking to engage in again, is taking a call back up to retest support. Overall though, we are looking for some really quality puts in here. Hopefully we can see semiconductors push up slightly so that we can secure some really nice success calls. Turn off the drawings for a moment though, because they are slightly annoying. Starting to see semiconductors pushing up a little bit, thankfully. Hopefully we can actually see this 331. That would give us a really nice opportunity to enter into some of those success calls. Just take a look at the VVIX on my phone. Seeing that cup push upward very slightly, but again, I do expect that to pull downward as well. Those of you in those 46 TQQQ puts should be up quite a bit with me. I did add to our TLT calls today for July 18th. Those are the 92 strike calls. Again, after this oil volatility starts to calm down a bit, we have the Bank of Japan wanting to do a massive unwind because the yen has been absolutely dumping and they are going to have to intervene and save their currency. So it's kind of the whole 2024 situation again, which also this whole current narrative really echoed in 2024. Even though we didn't have the whole Iran war going on, we did have a major conflict going on where some of the boats or some of the oil tankers were being, um, I don't think they were being attacked, but they were being uh, taken over. Um, and the crews were being kidnapped and everything, which led to some major oil volatility basically the whole month and a half prior to the Bank of Japan having to unwind positions. Right after that oil volatility killed out, the oil prices crashed, and then we saw the Bank of Japan go hog wild on unwinding positions. So we're starting to see a lot of those same conditions currently. We're seeing the yen absolutely dumping into the floor. We're seeing the dollar rising very, very drastically. And last time we had the Bank of Japan do their major unwind, which they also did unwind in 2025 as well, but that's not the one that everybody really attributes to. But during the 2024 unwind, we saw TLT go from, I want to say it was 82 all the way to 99, or it was 86 to 99. It was something like that, but I remember I took calls and did extremely, extremely well. Um, the current thesis is that we have 92 calls for July 18th. There is structure overall to take us up to the 95 within TLT very easily. So that's what we're looking to capitalize on is after this oil volatility calms down, we will see that large treasury upside. SOX is starting to give us our level, so I am starting to look at the SOX as calls. Now, we do have a little bit of options here. We can take some of the 43 calls, because very likely based on seeing a lower low out of the SPY and semiconductors and everything tomorrow, that 83 strike would hit very, very well. However, I'm really looking at these 41 calls or even the 40 strike that are in the money. Um, yes, they're a little more expensive, but we are going to get quite a bit more movement out of them. So just keep that in mind. The 42 strike calls are also very nice as well. We might do these 42. Yeah, we're gonna do the 42 strike. Let's do that. Okay, so the middle bid on it should be around this 109. So we're gonna put a bid in for 109. See if we secure that. Okay, we did get that. So that is good. Looks like it's about 102 right now, so I will be adding an additional one of those calls once we, you know, fully finish pushing through this move. But I have started the position. Again, that's the 42 calls on SOX S. That is expecting to continue shorting semiconductors downward. So, and I'm just going to be slowly buying into these. Going to be setting a bid at the 102. And we'll see if we get the fill on that. But these success calls we would be holding into tomorrow. That would give us the full move for that lower low into SPY and everything that we're looking for. All right, so I got two of those calls going. I still have, let's see, I have SVOL calls going for March 20th. I have those Success calls for tomorrow. TLT, I have TQQ for March 20th and for June 16th or June 18th, excuse me. And I'm going to start looking at some of these SPY puts. We missed our perfect entry there. But I do want to look at the 1 DTE SPY puts. Those are very hefty. Okay. Jeez. Okay, let's take a look at Spaxus. Volume on those not the best. I'm really looking at the 664 puts for tomorrow, which might seem like a low strike, but that should hit exactly the ranges we've been talking about within SPY. Hold on, let me pull up that gap. This is 662.48. I think I got it marked here, but let me mark it just so that we're all on the same page. And I'm going to mark it in purple. Delete some of these drawings here for a second. Now again, this is a very, very good support retest here. Even though I'm showing the 30-minute time frame, this is 5-minute time frame. We're starting to get this 20-mile range. I really, really, really do not think we're going to be seeing the upper Bollinger in terms of the 5-minute time frame throughout the SPY, semiconductors, everything else. So I really, really like this range for adding on our short positions. Same with QQQ, we're finally getting that 20-mile range. And within VVIX, very likely it's going to be that middle Bollinger hit. Not even that middle Bollinger hit, so this is still elevated out the wazoo. Very likely we're going to be seeing the VVIX pushing into that 132 range closer towards the end of the day. So now I still have plenty of cash ready to add into short positions if we push up into the upper Bollingers. So make sure you do the same. Excuse me, I don't mean to clear my throat on the mic. But make sure you save some cash to add to the short positions just in case we do have that extreme support retest. However, again, the current thesis is telling us that we're going to retest this 20-mile range and start to reject even further. So, and we're slowly seeing that within SOX right now, which is semiconductors. So hopefully some of you either have watch listed those calls or taken them off cuff non-financial advice. Yes, the SOX is for tomorrow expiry. Sorry, I didn't see the comments at the time. SOX is by inception a weekly contract. So when we buy into SOX or SOXO, which is that's the bear or that's the bullish inverse side, um, you're naturally buying a week's duration. So anything you're buying today, you're going to be taking into tomorrow. And with our lower Bollinger mechanics, oh geez, that's a mess. With our lower Bollinger mechanics here, with this gap at the 662.39, it's looking super good for continuation into the downside. So I would not be very worried about the put positions at that 20 mile range, but again, just in case, just in case we push up and have a really large support retest, do save some cash for those upper Bollinger ranges. Usually taking the shorts at the 20 mile isn't ideal. Um, this is just one of those situations where the day is just so driven by bearish sentiment that um we may not even see the upper Bollinger side. So that's why we're taking the middle band shorts here. VVIX still continuing to push up, so a lot of signals are telling us that this is really likely our entry on the day. Yes, I did take the puts for SPY. Those are the 664. Now, I only took two of them. I'm not looking to have some massive position on this. I've been loading puts throughout the majority of the week, so I have plenty of downside prepared for this. How's everybody's trading going so far today? Are you all doing fairly well? I'm actually having a super good day. My whole port up is up 7% right now, which for me that's massive. So I'm very happy about that. Very, very, very good day for me. Good to hear. Good to hear. Today was a little harder of a day to take some of the 0 DT slash scalp positions. We did have again those call upsides, but even then those were so short-lived. And this is exactly why I always recommend taking the 20 mile range um when you do those scalps because yes, you can get above that, but for a 0 DT slash scalp, it's just not worth it. You want to be in and out. You don't want to be waiting on too much further pushing. Um, allow your runners to catch the upside or the additional upside or downside and allow the bulk of your position to just catch the 100% trade that you know is going to be there. VVIX still super, super, super elevated. And again, with the VVIX being this elevated, this is telling us that dealers are, excuse me, I can't talk. Dealers are having to pay higher premiums on their insurance positions for their future equity vehicles. So every cent this goes up, it matters quite a bit. When we're seeing it pushing up literally dollars and dollars and dollars, that matters a whole heck of a lot. Now, with the VVIX, it's well above this cautionary range or even the buying range. When it's above this 98 plus, that's really, really telling us that dealers are having to constantly insure their positions to prevent, having massive equity destruction, essentially. So that's why I watch the VVIX over the actual just VIX itself. The VIX monitors the SPACs contracts, which retail can take SPACs contracts both within the options tree and the futures. So it can be a little misleading. You can have a lot more retail interference within the VVIX compared to, or within the VIX compared to the VVIX. So that's why I like that. That's why I always follow that. Let's check our Bollingers here. So SPY giving us a very nice support retest here. Again, if we push to this upper Bollinger, we're saving cash to enter additional short positions. So no reason to be closing out on the 1DTEs. That's just going to be where we add further positions. Same for SOX as well. We will just continue to tack on some of those SOX as calls that we talked about. So this is a very good support retest. This is what we were looking for pretty much all day. So this is exactly what we are looking for. If we get the upper Bollinger Push here, make sure you tack on some of those calls, or some of those puts, excuse me, or the success calls if you're playing those positions with me. And again, we're not going to be closing any of our puts here. Um, this is not an upside we're really concerned with at all. This is just bearish liquidity. Our 5 mAh is super high above us. We'd have to see a full, basically, what, almost $7 upside to really catch the 5 mAh, which we're not going to be seeing today. I can almost promise you that. So use this support retest. Definitely be taking the put downside today. And then after taking those puts, it should just be a pretty relaxed day. If we can get to this upper Bollinger Push on the 5-minute time frame, that would be our 0 DTE put entry. So if we get that, then that's where we enter our 0 DTEs. But so far, we should be starting to enter into those 1 DTE puts. Should be starting to enter into those 1 DTE SOX calls, really preparing for this further push to the downside. Again, we're not seeing bullish conditions on the day, so seeing a major rebuy of the large majority of selling weight today isn't going to occur unless basically the war in Iran ends, which that's not happening currently. And we are watching the news very closely. If you have the Discord, make sure you are watching our Unusual Whales news area. Again, that's only the 99 cents a month subscription for us, so um, better than any news station out there. I believe someone asked about Bloomberg earlier, but I didn't get a respond to that. I personally wouldn't subscribe to Bloomberg just because we use Unusual Whales, which pretty much tells us any news event that happens right the instant it happens. Whether it's something from the president, whether it's something um, foreign, like a central bank or foreign central bank doing something, um, these type of news hit immediately. So it's very worth taking that. But I do like Bloomberg. Hold on, we got a news thing. Iran allowed ships for some countries to cross the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, so that's why we're seeing this upside, but this is gonna get sold off. Anyway, What was I talking about? I lose train of thought very quickly. Oh, the unusual whales. Um, yeah, I'm not trying to promote the Discord too much. It's a super good tool for 99 cents a month. I mean, I wish I knew about this years ago. If you were to actually go get this through Unusual Whales itself, it'd be, I believe, 30 or $40 a month. So, um, far cheaper just going through the 99 cent. Plus, we have other tools as well, like our Gamma and Delta and all that good stuff. So, all right, feeling very confident in our put positions here. I have not entered 0 DT puts here. I'm not going to be doing that unless we get the upper Bollinger push. I do have the 1 DT puts going though. Very happy in those positions currently. So let me look at the VVIX on my phone. It will be easier when I have my actual PC set up, because I'll have multiple different monitors and I'll actually be able to do different live streams on them so we can monitor different things at the same time. So eventually I will have that set up. I'm still working on finishing the office. I still have to basically I have to fully paint my daughter's new room because she's taking my old room. So I have to paint that. Well, finish painting it. I've been working on it. Finish painting that room, set up her room in there, and then I'm taking her old room as my office. So I have to fix a few things in there. Um, have to buy a new desk, set that all up, and then my office will be ready to go. So still about another month on that, unfortunately, but our coverage will be a lot better once I do have that set up for like the live streams and everything. Seeing our downside hitting very well here. Should see continuation into pretty much the rest of the day. I'd be very surprised if this didn't end up being basically the created high of the day, not the original um, push up, but the push up from the lower support high of the day. I'd be very surprised if this doesn't become that. Essentially, what I'm really expecting out of the rest of the day is that we are now just going to slowly trend downward. Um, Really, that's what I'm expecting. May not happen like that, but we will go over it, and I'm going to be streaming for a while today, so I will make sure our positions are good to go. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for now the push downward into the day two lower Bollinger. Currently, our upper Bollinger is at, or I mean, our lower Bollinger is at the 670.69. So it has pulled down quite a bit since open, but I'm not concerned about this buying upward and then buying above that range. Really not. You can hedge for that position, um, but again, I'm very content with our plan going into the rest of the day. And again, I did add into our TLT positions for July 19th or July 18th, excuse me. On the daily time frame, we did have the day two lower Bollinger push, which I did describe to one of the members in the Discord. However, with the day one, as of yesterday, we discussed how today very likely we were going to be seeing around that 86.60 range. Today we saw the 86.78, so only 18 cents above that really fully anticipated range, and the day's not over, so we still can see that, you know, much further lower low. But with the lower low on the day two Bollinger being secured already, that was enough for me to be convicted to purchase into our upside positions. So yeah, I like TLT here. I think that this cup and handle looks super good, and I'm going to show a bunch of other drawings for a moment, which will probably look like a mess. It does. That means it works. So these red ranges, which we now have a new one, are lower Bollinger moves. Okay. Now, at each lower Bollinger move, generally we see very, very, very large buying. Okay, and this is going back all the way basically to the early 2025. Each lower Bollinger move usually leads into some very large buying to the upside. However, we had a major consolidation range in here during December and January. December's lower Bollinger move did not give us that upside movement that we expected. And the one in or I guess late January ended up giving us that upside move we expected. Now, with that upside move expected, we closed the cup. With the cup being closed, we now had the handle formed. With us being at the bottom Bollinger Day 2, it's very likely we're not going to continue pushing down too much further here to invalidate this cup. Very likely we're going to be seeing support build right at that range, create the handle, start pushing upward into the 91 range, 92, and ideally we're really looking towards that 95. So that's TLT. Let's check the rest of the market really quick. I want to look at the VVIX, the 5 minute Bollinger's. So VVIX did have that push down. We did talk about it pulling down at least to the 20 month. Pulled down slightly lower. Again, I'm not really worried about this continuing to push down for the rest of the day. I do think that overall within SPY and everything, this is just that support retest range. And really, this is a major rejection off of a lot of those 5 mile ranges on QQQ, SPY, semiconductors, all that good stuff. Looking very good. Yes, the 664s are for tomorrow. Yeah, it's the unusual Wills bot tool. So what it does is it connects our Discord group to the Unusual Wills group, which has a bunch of live news channels. Just for our server, we have the actual news postings, we have Trump postings, so anything Trump tweets, anything Trump says, anything significant to Trump will get posted on here immediately as soon as it's told. We have markets, we have flows, we have Congress, dividends, insiders, analysts, halts and pauses, tweets. So it's a really, really good tool for only 99 cents a month. Um, and again, it tells you news faster than pretty much any news source out there is going to catch it. It always catches some of the first news that is reported. So I love it a lot. It's a super, super useful tool. And if you were to get it through Unusual Wills, it is, I believe, $30 to $40 a month compared to the service here. You can do it through the YouTube channel. I do believe I have a link on there. Let me just double check. Yeah, so it's going to be the Patreon link in the description. So it's just the 99 cent one that covers all of our tools and everything. just a super cheap subscription just so that I can continue providing those tools for everybody else. And eventually, when we get enough subscribers, I can start subscribing for some of the more expensive tools. So we're really trying to turn the Discord into a mini Bloomberg terminal without it costing, what is it, 30,000 a year or something like that. And we also have other traders in there as well, so you can always talk to everybody, um, get my posts, all sorts of good stuff. So it's a great area if you're really wanting to expand on your trading and talk to others who like to trade and are really invested in it. DVIX still pushing down a little bit, but again, I'm not really concerned here. This is still such a super elevated level. We'd be needing to see probably around 14 plus dollars being lost here to really signify that we're going to be seeing major buying to the upside today. We're seeing this starting to taper out through semiconductors, SPY, QQQ. So this is looking a lot like that support test reload range that we were looking at. US oil pulled down slightly. This is very likely why we did see the upside support test within SPY semiconductors, everything else. Very likely this is going to spike back up though. Um the the whole conflict in Iran right now is just extremely volatile. We have shipping, or we have tankers being attacked. We have, um, local allies being hit, all sorts of crazy stuff. So definitely expecting the oil volatility to spike back up today. And let's check our VVIX. Still pulling down very slightly. Not very concerned about it. I think our short position should be absolutely great here. So far, I'm seeing a lot of tapering, which is extremely good. We want to see that upside buying tapering out. Excuse me, it's hard for me to talk most of the time. Our HIG is still selling off within the time it sales, which doesn't show on your guys' screen, unfortunately, but the time it sales, I only track large sale orders, so anything over 1,000 shares. A lot of sell orders coming in right now on HIG. Let's check liquid as well because that is the investment grade corporate credit. Still doing very poorly. Now, a few days ago, I was talking about this pulling down towards 110, and for me, that would have been a major bearish signal. Um, this is going far below that, so even more bearish. It's really why I talk about us being within a bear market, which I know a lot of people say, oh, well, the SPY is still like 600 something plus. How can we be in a bear market? QQQ was still at 600 something. How can we be in a bear market? It's about the trend. It has nothing to do with the prices. Everyone thinks that bear markets just mean that all the prices dump to year lows. That's not what bear markets are. It's all about the trading trend. And within our daily time frames, let's check the SPY QQQ really shows the best of it, but I'm going to show SPY. But we're starting to see. I wish I didn't have so much drawing on here. Maybe we'll look at QQQ. So I think I have less drawings on there. There we go. So on QQQ, and again, you can correlate SPY to this as well. It's just I have so many drawings on the screen that you really can't see. Um, Daily time frame, we see that the 50 mile here, which is below this yellow line, what does that tell us as an investor? Um, that means that over a 3-month period, because that's what the 50 mile is tracking 50 active trading days, which is essentially 3 months. Um, this is saying that over a 3-month period, we're starting to see less buying than we saw over the last period of 3 months. Okay, and not only over the last period of 3 months, but much, much longer than that. Okay, now, not only are we seeing our short term support pulling under that level, we're starting to see our midterm support pulling under that level too, which is the 20 MA. Now, the 20 MA is the monthly support. It means that generally you're going to test that level once a month. So if we're seeing our monthly support consistently pulling downward, what is this trend telling us? This is telling us that we're losing weight, that our buying is slowing and our buying is slowing, the selling is picking up, and that the bullish price action that we were seeing, the bullish structure that we were seeing, has been breaking down. So this is starting to enter into a bearish trend. Now, I don't know what people are really waiting for. Maybe they're waiting for underneath the 200 MA to really, solidify that level because we can bounce off that 200 MA and go back into bull territory. But within the current narrative and everything is really telling us that market wants to push down very, very, very aggressively. And not only that, we also have the Bank of Japan wanting to unwind positions very soon here, after this oil volatility starts to settle down. So there's a lot of signals that are telling us that really things can get very, very, very bearish. I compare a lot of the price action we're seeing right now back to 2022. It's almost the exact same. When I was trading it, we see these large push upward into it just gapping down overnight, rinse, repeat. Um, Basically the inverse of what a bull market does. So just have to play it for what it is. Semiconductors, we're expecting them to go down with the SPY as well. So with us taking those stocks as calls, that's the bear fund. So this will gain weight as semiconductors lose weight. Okay, so we are expecting semiconductors to pull downward. Yeah, you're very welcome. Yeah, I mean, I'm the only reason why I promote the Discord, which I know it sounds self-centered from my point of view because obviously I'm the owner, but I really wish I had those tools when I started trading. I could have saved so much money if I knew even 1% of what I knew right now. And that's really what I try to, give to everybody else is that trading is super hard. There's so much you have to know about trading and about economics and about world events. There is a ton to trading. So if we can make it simple, if we can provide tools that are actually going to help people in a real meaningful way, that's not just some random squeeze Discord where they just post potential squeezes and all this random stuff. We want real results. We expect consistency out of the group. So, um, it's a gray area. It's something I wish I started in. I wish I started in a group like that. I didn't have that opportunity. Um, I started and had to learn everything on my own and really lose a lot of money and face a lot of hardship in order to learn these lessons. So that's why I promote the Discord. VVIX still pulling down very slightly, but with this lower Bollinger here, it is starting to get ready to become that range where we are going to start seeing it pull back upward again, which going along with SPY, semiconductors, everything else, we should be seeing these starting to pull back down. Do have a little bit of a cup formed here, but I'm not super concerned about that. Again, once we push into this upper Bollinger on SPY, if we get this upper Bollinger push, I will be taking some 0DT puts into that. These 0DT puts, very likely I'm going to be probably taking the 668s just to really pull down to the low of the day again, secure that level. So now we just wait. And if we do get this upper Bollinger push here, I will be adding a few more of these Success calls. Currently I have 4, but I will be taking up to 8 total. I don't want to overload, but again, I am very set on very likely the SPY is going to be aiming for this lower Bollinger push here, and we should see the lower low from tomorrow. So that's the overall thesis. The or the lower Bollinger on the daily time frame is basically at this 671 range as we start pushing up. So we would have to really start reclaiming a ton of support for the day to invalidate a lot of this bearishness that we've been seeing. Bitcoin, this looks very tricky right here. This makes it look like this can be a cup and handle. However, it's not, and the reason why it's not is because it is part of a prior structure here, which is this larger inverse cup. So very likely we are trying to build support to push down even further. Reason why I'm bringing up Bitcoin again, Bitcoin is super institutionally owned. Bitcoin will be trying to trade the same direction the rest of the equities usually will be. So we always just take a look at that. Of course, you can't follow it verbatim, but it is still a very nice indicator to look at. This position going very good here, starting to see that rejection of the upside. Very likely VVIX starting to bounce here. Good, good, exactly what we're wanting to see. We just need to see continuation of it. And basically today should be a fairly relaxed day at this point. With all the conditions currently set, with where the SPY is trading at, we should be seeing the push continuing below the daily lower Bollinger. secure this lower secure this lower Bollinger level for the daily close, and from tomorrow, see a lower low. Okay. Again, we're really targeting this. Geez, sorry, Weeple does not like to work with the drawing sometimes. But we really are targeting this 662 to the downside with this inverse cup that decided to cut out on me. I'll show the 4-hour time frame. Maybe I'll show it a little better. Let's turn off the Bollingers. 4-hour time frame. We want to see this cup taken and push below. Okay, so that's the real thesis on the day. I'm not looking for this to be a cup and handle because again, this whole structure right here is something individual. This is not a part of this previous structure. So what this should be very likely trying to do is create the full cup to the downside, and that cup to the downside would secure that 662. So looking very, very solid. Let's spy if we can break this range right here, then this will invalidate any potential cup and handle. Excuse me. So that's what we're going to be looking for, is for that to be broken through, validate the previous potential cup and handle, which again, I really don't attribute that to being a cup and handle, but we do want to see it fully invalidated to fully signify that, yes, that isn't a cup and handle. So that's what we're looking for. But so far, so good. Everything is looking very, very solid. Now, you should have 3 out of 3 trades secured today if you followed today's trades. Again, we took the lower Bollinger to the middle Bollinger on a call, lower Bollinger to a middle Bollinger on a call, and the upper Bollinger to basically this 20 mile range, but we are trying to target further below that. I would start putting a stop loss on this 0 DT call here. Just be willing to take profit. If you have the 0 DT call, you extremely likely have that 1 DT call or that 1 DT put that I talked about yesterday. So be willing to take the profit on this 0 DT put and ride that 1 DT into the sunset. So looking very, very good. Okay. Check our VVIX, still pulling up, so that is exactly what we want to see. SPY continuing to push downward into that range. Just need to really see it invalidate that bullish upside, and we will be completely good to go. Same with semiconductors here. We need to see this little bit of range broken down, which I really don't have any concern about that. I fully expect that to be broken. Oil continuing back upward again, so let's check what is going on with the news here. So let me see. Sorry, I'm just reading through everything really quick to see what's going on with Oil prices and everything. Residential heating oil prices have climbed above $5 a gallon, not seen since late 2022, which again, this alludes to that 2022-2023 bear market I've been discussing. We did see a very large oil um, volatility spike before that bear market occurred. So that is why I really do think that we will be seeing the continuation in the overall bear market. Check the SPY. I'm going to pull the VVIX up on my phone really quick. Still just holding its level, nothing major yet. Again, I'm not concerned with any of our puts currently or with those stocks as calls. I think we entered at a very, very quality moment. And if we do push up further here today, I will be adding some more of those 664 puts for tomorrow. But so far, I'm not seeing a major signal that we're trying to buy out of this lower Bollinger Range or anything like that. So for tomorrow, excuse me, I'm looking for the lower low. And while that doesn't really tell us a specific level, I'm simply just looking for the lower low within the day tomorrow. So if that means having to cut towards open, then I will cut towards open. Um, Basically any moment that I start seeing the volatility starting to calm down and the buying shifting to the upside, then that's when I'll really exit those positions for tomorrow. But currently, just going to be sitting and waiting. EVIX pulling down very slightly, but again, still expecting it to head back upward within the day. Check semiconductors, still just holding that range. Bitcoin seeing a little bit of buying, but I do expect it to taper down. Nvidia is tapering away from its upper Bollinger, which is a good signal that it will be pulling downward. So that should help us on the short positions within semiconductors. Check Microsoft. Microsoft kind of the same deal here. It's at the middle Bollinger. Should be expecting it to push down to the lower Bollinger. Check. The VVIX starting to pull back up again, but we do want to see it basically pulling above that 128 range to really signify that we will be getting the selling that we're expecting. And just looking for continuation to the downside. So I'm gonna be right back in like 1 or 2 minutes. I just want to go get a drink really quick. I am gonna be showing the VVIX here while I'm away. We are looking for to start heading back up towards that 128. So that's going to be pretty much the main indicator we're really looking for right now. So I will be right back. If there is any questions or anything or any symbols you guys would like me to take a look after the fact when I'm back, just let me know. Type it in chat and I will be happy to go over it. So I'll be right back. Might be 5 minutes, might be a minute. I have no clue. I'll be right back. Sorry, everybody. I have one more phone call to make, and then I will be back probably for another hour, hour and a half. Just have to make a phone call on my daughter's not school/school program, but should take about 5 minutes. We'll go over everything after that. But read chat. I did add some more of those socks as calls. Did add some 1 TTE TQQQ 4 to 6 puts. So we are looking for those to start gaining weight. Anyway, I'll be right back, everybody. And I am back, everybody. I apologize for that. Had to make a phone call to my daughter's school slash not school thing. Anyway, let's see what's going on. So, while I was on the phone, we started to see this very nice Head and Shoulders, and starting to look like we're going to get our breakdown. If we can get our breakdown, we can finally clear this range right here, which I will mark in red. So that's extra clear. Once we break this range to the downside, um, it's pretty much game over for the bulls. Um, this will invalidate all prior bullish structure, and it will send us down to the lows of the day. So that's what we're looking for right now. Um, let's go ahead and check semiconductors and everything. Semiconductors, same ordeal. I'll go ahead and just place a box because it looks better. So same deal, we're looking for that to break down. And exact same with QQQ. The QQQ has less of a range, which is good for the bears. That tells us that we have less room needed for the downside to break. So that's what we need to start seeing to invalidate a lot of, you know, the potential upside that could be happening. I don't really see the upside here still, with the news and everything. There has just been a oil field from, I believe, Saudi Arabia that just got attacked. Um, the drone was intercepted, but you know, it means that Iran is now trying to target the local fields, which is no bueno. Let's check VVIX. Still just going slow, but looking for that to pull back up above that 20 mile range on the 5-minute time frame. That would tell us that the selling is good to go. Seeing a weakening in the SPY ADL, which is good. That's showing us that the buying is tapering out. Seeing the same thing within the Qs. I want to take a look at NVIDIA here in a second. Seeing that heavily out of semiconductors. Check NVIDIA and Microsoft here. NVIDIA finally breaking below that 20 mile range. Now, what we would really like to see NVIDIA do is start to pull down towards that lower Bollinger. So that's the real goal here, is for that to occur. Let's check Microsoft. Microsoft, bit of a consolidation range here. Now, generally with consolidation ranges, you trade from the top to the bottom. So that is what we will be looking for. However, there is bullish structure in here. So we do have a little bit of a cup, potentially a handle going. Sorry, those cups were extra swirly. Um, but this can take some weight away from selling. So that is something we will be looking for, is we do technically want it to pull down all the way to the very bottom of this channel right here to invalidate this previous cup. Okay, so that's going to be important on Microsoft, as Microsoft holds a ton of weight within tech and everything else. So Check semiconductors. Still just trending along that 20 mile. VVIX pulling down slightly, but again, still extremely elevated. And I still fully expect it to pull back upward. Let's check the dollar. Then we're gonna check oil in a second. Dollar still very elevated, with that lower Bollinger test. It should be saying the upside being pushed further. IG still doing its thing with the selling. Check liquid. Liquid is seeing a little bit of buying here. Not a whole ton, but buying is buying. I wanted to check. USO is starting to form an inverse head and shoulders here. So very likely that will occur and pull us back up towards that 118 range. Again, with everything that's going on with the news in oil right now, I'd be extremely surprised to not see that occur. SPY, and I'm just expecting a 20 mile rejection within here. And we are below the lower Bollinger currently, and we're below the 5 mile on the daily time frame. So that is indicative of continuing to push down into the lower Bollinger. VVIX is just sitting here in limbo, so nothing too much yet. Semiconductors just chopping that same range. QQQ pulling up a little bit. Let's go ahead and circle back to Microsoft. See, Microsoft can be forming that cup and handle to the upside, so we do have to be cautious of that. If it doesn't start rejecting very soon here, that can push a lot of weight into QQQ. So just be aware of that. This structure is very bullish on the day. If we don't see it reject extremely soon here. And that's for Microsoft. Now for NVIDIA, little bit of a bounce at the 20 mile here, but nothing too concerning yet. This isn't bullish structure as of yet either. Go to 30-minute time frame. Yeah, no, that finished a cup, so we should be expecting the handle back downward. We should start building bearish structure in here to identify. So very likely we will be seeing NVIDIA pushing back downward. QQQ really gaining from that Microsoft push. SPY should be as well. Yeah, SPY is seeing a little bit. Now this is where we're going to be able to start building that right shoulder a little better. So continued rejection from here would be very indicative of that head and shoulders playing out and that inverse cup forming to the downside. So we are looking for that right shoulder to continue building out and heading back downward. And our VVIX is still pulling downward, so if this continues to head downward, that could show that there could be some major buying coming into equities. But again, I'm not really concerned about our short positions here at all. We do have a hedge on both TQQ from yesterday and a Soxal hedge for today, so prepared for the upside if it comes, but again, we are biased to the downside. USO starting to pull back up again. Needs to not reject this 20 MA here. It needs to break above this 20 MA and have a successful 20 MA test to really, further indicate that it's going to push upward. Microsoft seeing that breakout, but with this cup being formed and the handle, now that we have the breakout, this does create a nested cup right here, which could mean that we can see further bearish structure starting to build at the top here to form that cup to the upside, which could also turn bearish because if it breaks down, then that invalidates that cup and then we head downward. So that's what we're looking for on Microsoft. And that should carry throughout QQQ as well. I want to take a look at the news really quick just to see if anything major popped up. Interesting, the 30-year bond yield came down today. That might be why we're seeing some of this bullishness currently. That's a big deal when we see the 30-year pulling down in yield, especially when we're in an environment that is pulling the yields upward. A drone has targeted compound for Iranian Kurdish opposition east of Iraq's Erbil. Okay, so another drone attack. That's pulling down against the Qs a little bit, pulling down against the SPY a little bit, starting to further build out that right shoulder. Look at the VVIX on my phone really quick. It is still low. We are looking for it to really start pushing back upward to suggest that dealers are having to put more insurance premium into their positions. Semiconductors still holding that 20 mile range. So the breakdown from here across everything would really be indicative of that right shoulder that we talked about in QQQ and SPY. TLT is seeing some buying, so our calls should be doing very well. Yeah, our calls have been seeing some green today, so that is good. We bought the dip. Really want to see the VVIX starting to pull up. It's currently at the 125.14, which is still super elevated, but it needs to start telling us that dealers are pushing premiums into the downside. So we are looking for a rise within the VVIX from this point. Sorry, I haven't changed anything on the screen yet. I'm just looking on my phone while going over everything. Watch list swap for some reason. There we go. Okay. Let's check Bitcoin. Bitcoin seeing a little bit of buying, but it does look like it's wanting to taper out slightly. Let's check the dollar. Dollar still very elevated today. Nvidia starting to reject that 20 mil, so that is good signal we're looking for. Microsoft starting to pull down. Again, we talked about how it formed that smaller cup, and from that smaller cup, it could start pulling down to form that handle. Now we're starting to see that, so we need to see if this handle is going to actually break out or if it's going to invalidate the bearish structure currently placed, or invalidate the bullish structure currently placed, excuse me. Our VVIX is still just holding steady. Let me check the SPY for the 1 hour. Where's Head and Shoulders you're talking about? I do see where you could be talking about that. However, I'm really attributing it towards this larger inverse cup we have right here. Which I wish I could make this more opaque. I actually think I can. Of course not, it just makes the color more opaque. It'll make the background fill more opaque. Um, Hold on, I'll see if I can. Anyway, this is what I'm kind of attributing this whole current structure to, is that very, very likely this is an inverse cup trying to work its way down to fill the downside, which would be towards that 662. Um, Potentially I see that inverse head and shoulders you're talking about there. It is very small, um, but again on the hourly time frame, that would look small. It can turn into something larger if we really do start seeing some massive buying from here, but nothing is really suggesting that just yet. Um, at least from what I'm seeing so far. We have that potential signal within Microsoft where we could be seeing a little bit of a tech bounce. Um, which I want to circle around back to that. Which again, we're starting to see this cup being invalidated here, so that is a good signal for the downside at least. That does tell us that very, very likely Microsoft is going to try to aim for the lower side of this major consolidation range, which that will take, QQQ, the SPY, semiconductors. They'll take them all below that range that we've been looking for, which is this red box on the day. to delete this box for a while because we don't need it right now. That's what I'm looking for anyway. Looking for this downside to really start fully invalidating any of this bullish upside. Um, we did have a potential cup building right there, but this is again already starting to invalidate that. So looking very good for our downside. If we can push into this range, if we can really invalidate this potential cup on the day, that'll be telling us that the downside is very much secured. Unless we have some, crazy news event that pops up and changes the entire narrative, which, we're in that environment that can happen, but again, this is looking super, super, super good for the downside. Our VVIX slowly beginning to tick upward. So that's good. Um, just looking for continuation at this point. Still have about 2.5 hours, a little more than that, 2 hours and 45 minutes roughly of intraday trading. So still plenty of time for them to continue building that structure to the downside. Again, I really think they're trying to sell butterflies here. And what that really means is that they're trying to burn calls that are trying to target this range or above, and they're trying to burn the majority of puts that are targeting this downside. Now, they will pay these puts in the end, but they want to have a lot of these put holders really get shook out of their positions, because it's starting to look like, oh geez, there's potentially buying coming in. These puts don't look so good anymore. Well, you know, for me, that's not so much the case, but for a lot of people, that could potentially be the case. When they're selling butterflies, they want to sell high V calls up here and high V puts down here. They really want to burn both ends. Um, but I do think the put end will be paid out just due to the lower Bollinger mechanics, and it does benefit the dealers here. Excuse me. It benefits the dealers here to actually exercise this downside if we're going to be seeing that lower low into tomorrow. So taking this downside for, or taking these puts out on the downside for the dealers makes an incredible amount of sense. If this downside is going to continue anyway. So that's what we're looking for. And the hunt will continue until we have complete validation of it. So Bitcoin starting to see a little selling, which is good. DXY pulling down to the lower Bollinger means that very likely it's going to start seeing some buying back upward, even if it's just temporarily for support. Microsoft has broken this previous cup, or at least the handle on the cup. It still needs to head down a little bit further to fully invalidate this cup, but it is looking extremely good. To head to about the 402.60 to truly invalidate that cup. And we do have a very nice double top here that can be pulling us down quite a bit. So that looks very good for the selling side. NVIDIA starting to invalidate prior bullish structure, continuing down into that range. Check SPY again. SPY continuing downward, looking very, very solid. And our VVIX should be pulling up. It is starting to tick upward very slightly, but again, I want to see a few dollars upside on this. I really want to see some major buying within the VVIX. I want some major signals telling us that yes, the downside is coming. and we just wait for continuation. I do plan on holding these positions that I have currently into tomorrow. Um, with how the lower Bollinger mechanics work on the daily time frame, we should be seeing a lower low, so that would be paying out our puts. And just basically at this point, just looking for continuation into our downside. Not very worried about the upside at this point. Microsoft's still continuing the selling, so that is very good. Yeah, Nvidia should take that level out. Semiconductors should definitely take that level out. Same for QQQ here. Should reject this 20 mile here very soon. Same with SPY, very likely going for that 20 mile rejection. Semis look like they're actually trying to push down into the lower Bollinger currently, so that is good for the downside. But that does mean that semiconductors can also see a very brief reprieve from the selling. So be aware of that. Should just be a slow chop into the downside for the rest of the day, though. Really not seeing anything popping out that's telling us that anything otherwise should be happening. If you are concerned about this upside popping back upward, though, just take a 1 DT call. Again, I have the Soxel 51 calls for tomorrow to hedge basically all of my put positions that are expiring tomorrow. If we're going to get the upside bounce, then basically we're going to see tech, semiconductors, QQQ bounce all the way up to their 5 mile ranges. Um, but I'm not expecting that. But if we do, then those Soxel calls will heavily pay out and will counteract any of the downside that we lost within the puts. Um, but again, I'm still, you know, bearishly biased overall. I'm not really seeing signals that that type of buying will happen, but just remaining hedged just in case, we do have a major conflict going on. So you do want those hedge positions going, even if you might be having some money burn on one end or the other. And I don't believe we have any other data for today either. So It's not like we have any data to catalyst to move to the upside or downside other than the conflict going on. Sorry, I'm just checking the news really quick. So there is a large Israel um, ground incursion getting ready to strike Lebanon pretty much any minute. I'm surprised it hasn't already started. Um, that's definitely going to escalate the conflict with Iran overall. So that is potentially a negative catalyst today that can be happening literally at any time now. TLT is now green on the day, which means that people are starting to hedge the long end. Let me check VVIX. Sorry, I'm checking it on my phone, not the computer. VVIX still chopping in that range. We do, again, want to see some major buying within that. Oh, did the Senate just pass the affordability bill? Okay, let's see. TLT takes that so far as a positive thing for the yields, which in the current conditions, really shouldn't weigh too negatively or positively against equities too much. If anything, with this creating buying within TLT, that could be taking strength away from equities. Yes, tomorrow I'll be taking the day two lower Bollinger Bull positions. So, again, I will be streaming tomorrow morning. I will be trying to do my streams Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, but because I wasn't able to make last night's video, I wanted to stream this morning. So, we will try to keep things fairly consistent, but with tomorrow's stream, assuming we do continue downward, we do secure our day one lower Bollinger move, then tomorrow we will go over not only the exit, but how to position the calls for the upside. So, um, yeah, look forward to that. It's a very, very awesome day for profit. Lower and upper Bollinger moves are some of my favorite. The VVIX is starting to tick back up again, so really, really, really expecting a lot of this downside support to be taken out very soon here. Apologize, I always sound so tired. I used to be able to have a lot of energy and speak up a lot better, but ever since I've had this weird fatigue thing going on, it's just been absolutely impossible to have energy for anything. So I do apologize if it sounds like I'm halfway falling asleep most of the time. We're seeing oil prices starting to climb back up. And we are just continuing to wait for the breakdown. VVIX still climbing up, but nothing super large just yet. Again, I'm really looking for about another $2 movement within the VVIX to really sell or to really show us that the selling is going to start taking off. Very green within my TLT positions now, so that is good. Those contracts do last all the way until July 18th or June 18th, excuse me. Now, what we're looking for here on the SPY now that we did um, fill out this smaller inverse cup right here is again, we're just looking for continuation of that downside. So we're looking for the inverse cup's handle, which of course it erased my arrow. But you understand the concept is that now that we have these inverse cups starting to fill out, we just need to continue building handles, filling out that one, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. Um, Ideally, we will fill out this larger one very soon and start breaking below this red range, which would invalidate any bull structure on the day, potentially being this wonky cup. Okay, so that's really what we're looking for right now. It looks like a lot of chop, but there is a lot of structure here. We just really have to take a closer look at it. But there is a lot of bear structure building within the last few hours. And I'm sure we can see this very likely within QQQ. Same within QQQ here. Inverse cup, failed bullish cup, larger inverse cup. So the breakdown looks very good. Check semiconductors. Semiconductors, we have the same deal going on here, is that we have this cup forming the downside, or excuse me, inverse cup. And from that inverse cup, we should expect more chop to fully take us back down to the downside, which would finish out this larger inverse cup. So looks like we don't have a lot of structure here, but there is a ton of bearish structure building. Not really seeing a lot of bullish structure here. Again, the only thing that quote unquote potentially was bullish was this cup. But again, we attributed this side over here to a larger inverse cup. So um, we're really looking for this to be that larger inverse cup, uh, the inverse handle on that, excuse me, I can't talk. So that's the thesis right now. That's what we're looking for. All of our instruments so far are showing us that that does look very good. We are starting to see VVIX pulling back upward from that lower Bollinger. We do need to see it push above this 20 MA to really suggest that it wants to head back up again. This heading back up, again, even a penny matters a great deal within the larger scope of equities. Bitcoin, I would like to see Bitcoin fail in here because potentially it is building that inverse head and shoulders. So ideally, we want to see this right shoulder invalidated have that range taken out, um, form an inverse cup to the downside, and then that allows us to really start looking towards that 69 1,200 range again. So not that Bitcoin, aligns one to one with equity weight, but selling within Bitcoin generally does tend to trade the same trend of the day. So let's check the SPY. Talked about looking for that inverse cups handle on the smaller inverse cup. Hold on, I have a phone call, everybody. I apologize. All right, everybody, I am back. I apologize for that. I've just been getting phone calls out the wazoo today. Okay, so let's see what we got going on. We have this inverse cup we talked about, and we have this inverse cup's handle. Building very well. Now, in the spirit of continuation of chop, we now should be expecting a handle for this smaller inverse cup's handle. You nested inverse cup. So that's how you get a lot of this chopping pattern is either it's generally going to be bullish cups to the upside. Usually you see that within rallies slash buying channels. In a price action like today, we're seeing a lot of these inverse cups just continuing to fill to the downside, build a handle, fill to the downside, build a handle, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. So it looks very choppy. It looks like it's unstructured, but it is very, very structured in here. Semiconductors are starting to build a very nice head and shoulders here, which again, this should take us down to the lower bounds of where we saw price action earlier today. Let's check our VVIX. It's pulling up nicely. We talked about how you should see it pull up to the 20 MA on the 5-minute time frame and start pushing up towards the upper Bollinger. That's very good. Should see continuation within that, especially as it's starting near the end of the intraday. Not yet. I mean, we still have, 2 hours, but it's basically just chopping both sides until close. Yeah, you did tell me about that. Um, it always makes me sad to hear about that, about people with, similar issues because it's like I can actually place myself in their shoes now. Um, it's terrible to deal with chronic fatigue. It's not like just being tired all the time. So it makes me sad to hear that, and I hope that she's able to, have a solution for that. QQQ, continuing to see again these inverse cups to the downside, inverse cup, inverse cup. Now, what would we expect? Another inverse cup. Rinse, repeat until we finally have the liquidity to break the level. Generally, I'd mark stuff that are bearish in purple, but currently I just have the marker default to yellow. So yeah, that's what we're looking for in the SPY and everything. Um, this smaller handle right here should coincide with the VVIX pulling up towards this upper Bollinger. So with the upper Bollinger being pushed into, that can create the conditions where it can slightly pull down. So that can give, SPY, QQQ semiconductors a little bit of breathing room to create that additional inverse cup to the downside, which would look like buying until that, selling is created. QQQ starting to look very good, starting to break below that red channel, which we talked about. That would really signify that this is going to start breaking a lot of the previous bull structure that we saw. So next point we want to see broken is right in here. This will really signify that this cup on the day is not a cup and that this is an inverse cup to the downside. So should see the selling continuation. Same out of semiconductors and the same out of SPY. BVIX expect a little bit of a reprieve in there or the full continuation back up towards that 129, 130 plus range. Our Sox S calls should be doing really good. Let me go ahead and take a look. They are. They're starting to gain weight. TQQ puts are doing good. My SPY puts are doing good. I'm still holding on to the Soxel 53 call for tomorrow. That's entirely a hedged position. If that goes to zero, I'm 100% okay with it because that means my puts will be worth probably like $400, $500 a piece. So, fully okay with that. If we start seeing the breakdown that we're expecting within, semiconductors, QQQ, everything else, then we could work on clearing out some of those hedged positions because we won't need to hedge that range anymore. We'll have to hedge a range underneath it. So um, that's what we're looking for. Everybody should be having a super great trading day so far, though. Um, I know that I am. My trades have been doing super, super good today. And if we see the full continuation of the downside that we're expecting, then our day is going to get probably 170% better. So I'm looking forward to that. Yep, I'm waiting for this big downside. It's coming. This will secure our day one Bollinger move within the SPY, which apologize for the absolutely messed up drawings. But that will secure us our day two lower low within the SPY as well, assuming we don't have any crazy news overnight within the Iranian war. So we will be hedging all of our in the money puts very, very close towards close today. So be aware of that. We will be trying to find a very good opportunity to hedge everything. Sorry, just looking at some of my really quick. Success calls should be doing very well soon here. Once they pull back into the money, where's that $2 range? And I am looking for a little bit of a reprieve here in the selling, just for some of this pair structure to fully solidify. Now we can see this complete this inverse cup here. Let me just go ahead. We can see this start to complete this inverse cup here. And from the bottom of that inverse cup, we can start to see another handle form, which would look like buying towards the end of the day. Would be very deceiving because we would still be in the lower Bollinger day one. We'd still secure that level, but that handle would pull up towards the end of close and then very likely overnight major gap down. So be somewhat prepared for that. Once we get to the 666.92, that's really when we're going to start um, hedging some calls just in case we get some overnight news that decides to start blowing positions up. So we are watching for that range. Yeah, it looks like a very good game plan right now. With semiconductors, we have huge range to the downside today, so kind of the same deal here. Even though we do have some hedged Soxel calls, if we start closing this up to the downside, then we would target that lower range to target some more Soxal calls to hedge the upside. We just don't want to end up in a position where we're super put loaded into the expected lower low of tomorrow, and then all of a sudden we have something happen with the conflict in Iran that causes massive buying within equities and absolutely blows our positions. That would be the worst case scenario, and we don't want to have that happen. So today will be one of those days that we will be uh, securing some hedged calls at the bottom. You're very welcome. Sorry, I'm just taking a look at everything. We have the VVIX pulling back very slightly, which we expected. Fully expected this support retest to come through. Starting to see that mid band hit within the SPY. Really looking for a rejection from that range. So if you're looking for a 0 DTE put, that could be a potential really solid put opportunity. I'm not going to take it just because I'm extremely tired right now. I don't know how much longer I could stay awake. I'm currently very happy within the 1 DT positions I have for tomorrow. Um, Other than the fact that I do want to try to secure some better call hedges at the bottom of today. So that's the real main goal from my end is just trying to secure those call hedges just in case we get news that's going to turn on the buying tomorrow. Now, tomorrow is not OPEX, just a reminder, OPEX is next week, so we will not be getting that whole, minus $1.70 roughly off the top of SPY until next week. And actually seeing how we're pushing the lower Bollinger today. If we truly continue to secure the lower Bollinger level on the day, then that means that tomorrow we get the lower low, and from the lower low, generally with between 1 to 2 days after, you start seeing consolidation back upward towards the 5 mile. So that does mean that leading into OPEX, we could potentially be seeing actual buying, even though the market is overall bearish. So far, hit the 20 mile. Hasn't fully rejected yet, but slowly tapering at that range. BVIX not going anywhere too much just yet. Just holding that range steadily. Semiconductors going from the lower Bollinger, very likely going to retest that 20 mile range before pushing back downward. And let's check. I want to check QQQ, Microsoft, and then NVIDIA. I can find QQQ. I apologize, I am a blind man. Right, QQQ is retesting the 20 mile. Well, actually slightly below that. It already hit the level and somewhat rejected it. We'll see if we see a continuation within that rejection. And Video. Video is doing exactly what we needed to do. Slowly beginning to push into this range and to expand it. Slowly beginning to push into this range. This could be trying to build support to break out of it, but the way that I see it is it's building support on the top of this range to push down further into it. So that's what I'll be looking for. And Microsoft continuing to push down and break that bullish structure that it potentially had. So that is a good selling signal. And Bitcoin is starting to break that structure we talked about, where it would invalidate the inverse head and shoulders here. So another very good signal to the selling downside. SPY starting to reject that 20 mile range. We'll see if we see continuation in that yet. BVIX hasn't moved yet. See QQQ. And I want to go back to semiconductors after. QQQ so far still somewhat rejecting that range, so that is good. Semiconductors still has some room to be able to buy on the upside, but potentially it could just be aiming to test the 5 mile here, reject the 5 mile, and head back down to the lower Bollinger. Not super common, but with how slow the semiconductor movement has been, that can be something we can potentially see here. Very slow day. Days without a lot of data generally are very slow, even though we're getting good price action. We're getting very, very significant chop, but it is bearish chop so far. Let's check the SPACs. I think they're gonna liquidate those puts. Honestly, I think they're gonna take the 668 or 6680, excuse me. But I could be incorrect. We'll see. That is that mid-band level. So we could be seeing a GEX shift in here very soon. Especially within the SPACs here. If we continue to reject that 20 mile range, I would definitely expect the put wall to drop. I have so many phone calls today. I'll be right back, everybody. Sorry, I've had so many phone calls today. All right, so we're just still waiting for this support retest to go through. And from that support retest, extremely likely a rejection to the low of the day. The low of the day is really where I'm going to be looking for my hedge calls. Yeah, basically looking for this inverse cup to form on QQQ now. Take a look at video. We should see a rejection within this 5 mile range. Microsoft. Microsoft continuing to recheck downward, so that is good. Check oil. That is pulling upward, so I need to check the news. And let's see if we get our 20 mile rejection in here. What we're really looking for right now is this rejection off the 20 mile, throughout the SPY, throughout semiconductors, and throughout QQQ. So that is what we're looking for. Let me go ahead and look at the news really quick. See. Nothing really major yet. Just some treasury related stuff. And let's check the VVIX again. Starting to pull back up. So that can be telling us that essentially we are getting ready to reject these 20 mile ranges. Starting to see this rejection a little bit out of semiconductors, out of SPY. So continuation into this will be good for our positions, of course. VVIX again pulling back upward, very likely just doing that 5 mile test to re-push back into the upper Bollinger. SPY is really starting to sink now. We're looking for this inverse cups handle to form, okay, which would, pulse a lot closer to the low of the day, which that is what we are looking for. When we do hit close to that low of the day, if we do see the selling that we're expecting, then that is when we will start to hedge some calls to the upside. Now, we still have our Soxel 53 calls. I'm still holding those. I'll pretty much be holding those until I grab the other calls. I just want to make sure the upside is hedged pretty much at all times, even though the selling is very aggressive here. How's everybody doing with their trades today so far? Are you all doing fairly well? Seeing Bitcoin breaking down further. Very good. Very likely pulling back down towards that 69,400. Pig continuing to sell off, which is very indicative of equity selling. Seeing this inverse cup playing out on QQQ, just need continuation inside of it. Same with the SPY. BVIX ticking upward, so that is exactly what we're looking for. And just looking for the continued push downward into semiconductors. Looking good, looking good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, a lot of people don't trade like this, and it seems very complicated at first, but once you start learning the moving averages and everything, it becomes a lot more simpler. Eventually, you'll get to the point where you just turn on the Bollinger Bands, the moving averages, look at the daily time frame, and you'll kind of know exactly what's going on with the trend, where the price action's headed for the day. It won't always be correct, but no trader's going to be 100% accurate unless you're Nancy Pelosi. Um, but the moving averages always, you know, generally gravitate the price towards those ranges. Starting to see this cup form on the VVIX, even though I'm not, again, I really don't look for the structure too much within volatility, but that is a good signal. Seeing our SOX S calls doing good. Very likely strike that 42 by the end of the day. Video starting to push down and close that inverse cup there. So that is very good. Microsoft just doing whatever it's doing. Bitcoin's still starting to sell. We should see again that low of the day here, which should close that gap that we have on SPY, QQQ, semiconductors, that big red gap. So it's what we're looking to push down into and close the lows of the day. And to see EVIX still building weight, so that is a good signal. And we're just going to look at SPY for a second while I check my positions and everything. Yep, everything's looking great. We should see our lower low of the day. And I'd be extremely surprised if we don't, just based on how high volatility has been and everything. Let me go ahead and look at the news and see if anything has came out. Okay, so remember how I said, I think it was about an hour or two ago, how Israel is reporting that there's discussions underway, um, or that they were going to do a very large, uh, land incursion into Lebanon slash Hezbollah. Well, News just popped out. Israel media is reporting that discussions are underway regarding a large-scale ground operation in Lebanon, according to the Spectator Index on X. So, was right about that. It definitely weigh against the whole conflict overall, as that is an escalation. Yeah, when I trade, it's like it feels very alien because it's almost like trying to play a video game, you know? It's like I look for very specific levels. I'm not looking for profits on my contracts. I'm looking for very, very specific exits and entries. You know, for example, when we're doing our 5-minute scalps, we go from the lower Bollinger to the 20 ma. We cut, pretty much all of our positions at that point. And then if there's room to the upside, that's fine. We have a couple of runners to take that upside. If not, if we don't have those runners, then we don't really worry about leaving money on the table. We already took the quality trade. We already got the level that we know the market tries to gravitate towards, and we just wait for the next setup at that point. So, um, I try to keep my trades very structured like that. That way, it's really just zero emotions. We're just following level by level. Looking for the VVIX to really start pushing upward towards this 129 again, towards the end of the day. Now, one thing, again, we do have to be cautious about is that we are below the lower Bollinger already. So, by all technical standards, we could close at this exact level, not have the push down for the rest of the day, and it would still satisfy every condition we have for the lower Bollinger day one. From that point, we would still anticipate the lower Bollinger day two, with the lower low of that. So our dated positions are good. It's just into the close today. It might look a little sketchy, because technically we're already at the level we need to be at, to secure the lower Bollinger for the day. So QQQ looking really good to continue this larger inverse cup downward. Same with SPY, really starting to push that downside. We should be seeing the VVIX really start gaining some major weight soon here. Hold on, I want to check semiconductors. Semiconductors still waiting for that push. I'll look at NVIDIA really quick. Okay, so NVIDIA is building a handle on this inverse cup right here. So that could be holding up the downside push very, very slightly. Microsoft is just absolutely dumping. That double top worked out super, super well. I'm sad we didn't take a short position here because it would have been absolutely killer. Um, but besides that, let's check the VVIX again. Really waiting for this to tick upward any second now. I'm really waiting for that to have a major pop up. Building a little bit of a handle here on this inverse cup that we closed. Same within semiconductors. Can retest that 20 mile as we did tap the lower Bollinger here. I don't really expect that, but we can. Starting to get to that point of the day where a real decision needs to be made. VVIX just barely ticking upward. Really want to see this inverse cup closed all the way back down that 667.30, and then that would take us very easily back down to that 666.90 for that low of the day. Seeing QQQ starting to reject that 20 mile range a little bit. I'll look at NVIDIA for a moment. So once NVIDIA's handle on this inverse cup breaks down, that's really when the rest of the market should be taken down. It's very likely this is what is holding up the majority of that weight right now. Can come up all the way to the 183.70ish range to retest the 20 mile. Doesn't fully need the liquidity to do that though. Our VVIX still elevated, but pulling down very, very slightly. But if we can get this NVIDIA rejection in here, then that will pretty much seal the deal on the day. That's why we're watching this actively right this moment. Take a look at oil prices. Oil prices are ticking up very heavily. We did talk about how we had the anticipation of them pulling back up towards the high of the day, and I'm actually going to circle back to that so you guys can see that as well. Where is USO? USO. As you can see, we had that inverse head and shoulders play out pretty much to a T, back to the high of the day, which that should allude to pulling back towards the low of the day throughout the SPY, semiconductors, and everything else. Starting to see that handle break down on SPY, starting to see that as well on semiconductors. Very likely we should be seeing it on NVIDIA as well. Starting to see that break down within NVIDIA. So that is a good signal. Yeah, looking very good here. Okay. The 669, or excuse me, the 666.92 is when you're going to take a couple just very, very cheap 1 DTE calls to hedge any upside, nonsense that we could potentially be seeing. But overall, this should be securing our day one bottom Bollinger move. From the day one bottom Bollinger, we should be seeing the day two bottom Bollinger lower low as of tomorrow. So that's the expectation, unless something very, very significantly changes over the next hour and 20 minutes, or in the after hours or whatever. Yes, you should be holding those 1 DTE puts on SPY, because we are fully expecting a lower low tomorrow. Um, so those puts would gain a very, very large premium on the day. Um, you do want to hedge this 666.90 range. Okay, even if it's a very, very cheap call, um, do try to hedge it in some form or another. Okay, but yes, we are going to be holding our puts into tomorrow. So all the 1DT puts, the SOXS calls, those are all being held. Our 53 SOXL calls, we're actually going to cut off right here. So I want you all to completely cut those positions off. Non-financial advice. I have to say that so I don't get the channel banned. Because we're going to reposition into some lower strike SOXL calls for that hedge. Okay. So that's the plan there. That way you have a little bit of premium in your pocket for those new positions, or that way you're not burning so much premium on that downside push. So the news I watch is the one that we have in our Discord channel. It comes from Unusual Wills. Um, it's pretty much one of the most accurate news sources I've been able to personally find out there. It covers everybody. So if something comes from Bloomberg, if something comes from some random journalist within the Middle East, this usually catches everything. This usually catches everything before the majority of the big news outlets catch their news. So that's the tool I like. It's very, very, very good. In our Discord group, I'm really not trying to advertise it, but we charge 99 cents a month. Very cheap, compared to the actual Unusual Wills. The premium or the subscription there, I believe, is anywhere from $30 to $40 a month. So, um, great way to get very cheap news that is, top tier. Now, we're not taking the calls yet. We are waiting for the push into not only SPY's 5-minute lower Bollinger here, but we do want to see this push throughout deeper into semiconductors and into QQQ, even if that means we have to wait a little longer in the day to get those calls, hedge the upside. We're seeing the VVIX starting to pull back upward towards that 129 range. So I do expect that 129 to be hit by the end of the day, if not closer to that 130 plus. So that is really what we're looking for. Just continued patience, waiting for our hedge entry, and we've already secured the puts, so we should be good in those. Glad to have you part of the team. The 99-cent subscription also has, you can chat with me and all the other members, everything else. So happy to have you here. We try to keep our trades very structured and everything else. And once my fatigue issue goes away, I'll be teaching live classes again. I used to teach those over the Discord chat. You can actually see some of those old classes. I don't know if the 99-cent subscription shows that currently. I haven't checked. Um, but I do have a whole ton of old lessons on there on how to read the moving averages, how to go over the Bollinger Bands, how the different movements between all that stuff works. Eventually, I plan to write my own book, but just have not had the time. Still just waiting for our level in SPY, and we should definitely get it because we should be seeing this inverse cup close towards this 667.33. From that 667.33, we're only 40 cents away from that hedge range, so should be taken. Now, the Soxal calls that I'm looking at to hedge, we did have the 53 strike for tomorrow. However, we did cut those. I'm going to be looking at the 52 strike, which is about $30 more. However, again, just probably one or two of these contracts are going to hedge the vast majority of puts on your entire portfolio. Because if we're going to see some massive upside, it's going to be some extremely massive upside. So, I wouldn't try to overpay in terms of trying to take a whole ton of SPY puts or SPY calls, um, anything like that. Just taking those Soxal calls. I might have called them puts, I apologize. Those Soxal calls to the upside for the hedge would be, a very, very quality opportunity. Now, we're not going to be taking them yet. Again, we are waiting for our level closer to the low of the day. So that way our contracts will be cheaper. I'm going to put a limit order on the 52 strike Soxal call for 81 cents. Because with that push downward, we should get about that range. So that is what I'm going to start with. Currently, the low bid is at the 0.90, so this is below that lowest bid. Yes, I will be streaming Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, unless I'm feeling ill. I have been dealing with some very severe fatigue issues that sometimes just make it very impossible to get up in the morning. Um, However, on days where I do have that occur, I do try to be very active within the chat channels, within the Discord group. So, um, I do try to keep within the schedule, but as I'm trying to get through this fatigue thing, some days I won't be able to. Oh, for the Discord, where to pay. So when you sign up for the Discord, I think you have to go. Let's see, it's been a while. Okay, so it's you scroll all the way up to the categories, it says subscribe here, and then it says um, there's an actual chat channel here that says subscribe here as well. And it's just that basic Discord access. So within the Patreon support, you just sign up for that basic uh, Patreon package, and it should automatically connect your Discord account to that upgraded rank. If not, just go ahead and leave the Discord and rejoin, and the bot will fix it. If it doesn't fix it at that point, just feel free to tag me, and I'll be happy to, get that fixed. But it is attached to the Patreon rank, so um, that's how we do it through there. So I want to circle back to the VVIX really quick. I want to see what's going on with that because we should be seeing it. Yeah, it's starting to continuing to pull upwards, so that's exactly what we're wanting to see into the end of the day here. That should secure us our lower low on the day. Seeing semiconductors starting to pull down quite a bit as well. Actually think I'm going to adjust the bid on this Soxhole call. I currently have it at 0.81. I'm going to take it to 0.75. And again, we can always adjust it upward if necessary. But semiconductors actually have quite a ways downward today, so um, we don't want to buy the calls too early. Our downside on SPY is looking super, super, super good. Now there's two ways you can hedge the calls here. Either one, you can wait for the low of the day, which that's ideally what I'm going to try to do. But you can also hedge at the bottom of this inverse cup right here, and that's at the 667.40-ish range, give or take, so pretty much cents away. And the reason why is because potentially from the bottom of that inverse cup, we can pull upward and create the handle and start pulling downward again. But it's starting to get towards the end of the session, so we may not get that full pull down within the handle before the session close. So this could be a really good opportunity to secure that call hedge into tomorrow. I might honestly take the initial call hedge there, and if we do secure that 666.90, then I would lock into an additional one at that point. So I think that's likely what I'm going to do here. The min bid on these Soxhole calls are at, let's see, 88. We're getting that leg downward. 87, so the min bid's probably going to be about 0.93. So yeah, I'm going to bid 0.93 here. Very likely going to catch this contract. Oh no, I got it filled at 0.87. That is awesome. That's perfect. Perfect, perfect. Okay, and that hedges our position for tomorrow. Okay, if we're going to be seeing the lower low on the day, then you can add an additional hedge to that position. Fully up to you. In semiconductors, we do have a long ways down today. So if they really do start trying to dig for those trenches, then adding that additional call towards the bottom of the day would be very quality. So save some cash for that. Have a little cash left over to be able to do that as well. Now, the success calls that we have should be up for everybody quite a bit. Mine are up 13%, and the trade really hasn't even started yet. So those should pull up quite a bit until if I could talk, I can't talk anymore. Those should pull up quite a bit into tomorrow. Just going over the basic calculator. I'm really expecting success to pull up towards that 43 to 44 range, but we'll just calculate it at that 43. And that brings the contracts roughly to about $2.40 per, or 240 per. So that would be a very nice profit per contract. Now, I am going to go ahead and end the stream in about 9 minutes here. I'm not going to be able to cover the full close because I do have to go pick up my daughter in a few minutes. But if there is any questions, if there's any symbols or anything anybody wants me to go over, now is a really good opportunity, but we all know the game plan for pretty much the end of the day here. Um, yeah, everything should look good. Really not seeing any signals that are telling us that we're going to get some massive reversal, but should have at least that initial hedged position just in case. Want to take a look at USO really quick. I have so many phone calls today. Hold on, I'll be on mute, but feel free to ask any questions if you have any. Actually, apologize, I do have to leave a little earlier, but we are going to go over USO very, very quickly. And fortunately, I'm only going to have time to cover the 5 minute time frame. USO looks super good to continue breaking out. It's very likely we're going to fully close this cup here. With that cup closing, you should expect bearish structure to build up here so that we can head back downward, build a handle, and continue breaking out. However, again, this is the 5 minute time frame, and this is a handle on a larger cup. So we should be seeing this range very, very likely breaking out soon, regardless if this smaller handle forms or not. So Yoso looking very solid to push into that 120 range, probably within the next 1 to 2 days. Looks very solid for that. But other than that, thank you everybody for watching. Um, Thank you all for following. I'm terrible at these ending the streams, but thank you. I hope your trades have been going great. I'll be streaming tomorrow morning and I will be putting out a video tonight. So I look forward to talking to you wherever I get to talk to you next. So take care. We know the plan for today and let's follow through and see how tomorrow goes. I will talk to you all tomorrow.